It's locked. It's locked, all right. It's locked. It's locked, all right.
Do you need something, Jonathan?
We'll see each other again soon, Edgar.
It's locked.
But the suffering continues.
Damn.
Good evening, Miss Howcroft. How are...
I need blood, Doctor.
Have you heard of any blackmailing going on within these walls?
I have no time for mortal games. My secrets are beyond their comprehension, Dr. Reed.
Do you require my services, Miss Howcroft?
I have no need for your medicine, Dr. Reed.
I'll leave you. Good evening, Mr. Elwood.
Evening.
Time has lost its effect.
Have you heard rumors of underhand dealings in the hospital?
If you want to know what's going on here, you better talk to Miss Jones. She knows everything. Especially what she shouldn't.
I wish I could be sick again. Feel my blood boil with the fever.
Hello again, Dr. Reed.
Goodbye, Mr. Ham.
Came here in the first place.
The daily routine.
Good evening, Nurse Hawkins.
Good evening, Dr. Reed.
Do you need medical help yourself, nurse?
I'm fine.
Goodbye, Nurse.
Giant wall disguised as a hospital. Pembroke nowadays.
I'm quite busy right now.
What do you think of Dr. Tippett's opinion of your promotion, Waverley?
Tippett is a good practitioner. Maybe just a little too attached to his prestigious position at the Pembroke Hospital.
Really? That's exactly his diagnosis of you. A little too eager to get promoted? A little bit too proud?
He has the right to think so. But I deserve this promotion, and I don't consider it anything but well earned.
Have you heard about any blackmail going on in this hospital?
Blackmail? Nonsense.
Do you need my assistance?
Not at all. I am sure that you are used to gaining people's trust with your impressive skills. Well, it will not be the case with me.
Thank you for your time.
Dr. Reed, may I help you?
What can you tell me about the epidemic, Nurse Crane? I've been out of touch since I've come back to England.
Everyday folk don't know how bad it is. The papers certainly won't tell them. Not as long as the war is raging on, anyway.
News on the front stated that the Spanish flu was under control, at least in Britain.
It seemed to be for a while, but that was only last summer. It returned with a vengeance just over a month ago.
What can you tell me about our patients here at Pembroke?
This hospital was founded to help the East End poor and needy. But since the war and the quarantine, we've had all manner of folk.
Can you be more specific?
Well, veterans, the elderly, dock workers. We even have a few mental patients. If there's space, we take them.
For how long have you been working here, Nurse Crane?
I first volunteered at the Pembroke in 1911, a few months after Dr. Swansea was appointed.
And before you arrived here?
If you must know, this was my first job.
Well, Dr. Swansea certainly has confidence in your abilities. Are you in charge of the nursing staff?
Not in an official capacity, but the Pembroke doesn't always work above board, so to speak.
What about medical protocols?
Dr. Reed, we don't have the money and resources here at the Pembroke like they do in the West End. We do what we can.
How is the duty roster organized?
Everybody works until they can't. If there's time, they'll eat a meal and shed a silent tear.
I'll see you later.
Don't waste your time with me. But in the circumstances, I'm willing to give you the benefit of the doubt.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Have you heard talk of any blackmail here at the hospital?
No, nothing.
Is there anything else that's bothering you? Can I help in any way?
I'm all right. Consider...
Goodbye.
Nice, sweet girl. Reads me like a book.
But in the circumstances, I'm willing to give you the benefit of the doubt. Good evening, Doctor. How is my son doing?
Have you heard rumors of blackmail going on in this hospital?
Dr. Reed, are you trying to take advantage of me?
Of course not, Mrs. Goswick. I'm just curious.
Well, go be curious somewhere else, please.
Goodbye, Mrs. Goswick.
Good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Goswick.
This hospital seems
How
to-
are you?
I'm okay.
circumstances, I'm willing to give you the benefit of the doubt.
Have you heard rumors about blackmail in this hospital?
No.
Do you need any help?
Thank you, Dr. Reed, but
I have to go.
I'm alright. Don't waste your time with me.
I understand you must be very unfair situation.
It's locked, all right.
Have you buried in the same mass grave as your wife? I hope that might help.
Good evening, Dr. Tippett.
Dr. Reed.
Have you heard of any underhand dealings going on in this hospital?
I have no time for such triviality, my dear.
Do you need any medical assistance yourself, Doctor?
Come on.
Goodbye, Dr. Tippett. Good evening, Milton.
Good evening, Doctor. Still trying...
Tell me why you're extorting money from some of the patients here.
If a patient wants a bed, he'll have to pay me a little fee. That's all.
Where did you get the idea for such an immoral scam?
Funny you should ask. The first time it was from a patient who bribed me to get a bed. It's only then I realized I could make a fortune.
Admit it. Nurse Hawkins is more than your lover. She's also your partner in crime.
Of course she is. How else could I tell which bed is free? I need to know that.
Have you no shame?
Don't you see this city is crumbling down? Today people are ready to pay to get a hospital bed. Tomorrow we may be fighting for food.
Have you heard of any underhand dealings going on in this hospital?
There are a lot of secrets round here. I'm not surprised someone tried to make money from them.
What kind of secrets?
I'm not in the gossip business, Dr. Reed. If you want to know more, you better talk to Harriet Jones. She's the oldest patient here.
I'd like to see your...
Wise choice, Dr. Reed.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Do you need any medical help, Milton?
I'm fine, Doc. Physically, at least.
Goodbye, Milton.
It's safer here than anywhere else.
Good evening, Nurse Brett.
Good evening.
Do you require...
Thank you.
Goodbye, Nurse. Call me if you need assistance.
Another night with the glorious battalion of Pembroke.
The flu took my dear wife, Emily. I take comfort knowing we'll soon be together again.
Mr. Rainfield, that's no way to talk. You're in good hands here, and we'll be up again soon enough. Now do me a kindness and get some sleep. I'll be back round later.
Your words are kind, the blessings of an angel. You're the sweet, sweet Lady of Mercy.
Good evening, Dr. Reed. It's a pleasure to see you again. You seem surprised. Dr. Swansea has brought me up to speed concerning your recent appointment to Pembroke Hospital.
You're a vamp... The lady who saved me that night, before vanishing into thin air. I remember you from the pub with Dr. Swansea.
Indeed. Allow me to introduce myself formally this time. My name is Lady Ashbury. I remember you well, in spite of the brevity of our encounter.
Apologies. You've taken me by surprise. I'm very happy to see you.
The pleasure is mine, Doctor.
I hope you're more disposed to answer my questions now.
You must have countless questions, but our rather urgent matter first. Swansea has explained. My cover, if you prefer, has been compromised.
Dr. Swansea has commissioned me to be your agent in this matter. You could start by explaining what's amiss.
These past insufferable weeks, I've been the victim of extortion. I've made a first payment, but the blackmailer grows greedy. I must refuse his most recent demands.
Please continue. Every detail is essential. I'm your man.
My embarrassment in this matter is eclipsed only by my shame at having put the hospital at risk. The threat from our anonymous scoundrel is clear. A list of dates. My visits coinciding with the dates of suspicious patient deaths due to massive blood loss.
I'll take care of it. Do you know where I should start?
If that was the case, I'd settle the matter myself. You could talk to our local gossip, Harriet Jones. Not a pin drops here without her hearing about it.
I'll meet that woman now.
My life, as others know, is in your hands, Dr. Reed. I'm sure of your discretion, but I do fear your powers of persuasion will be put to the test. When this is resolved, I'll be your obligé. I'll answer all questions in regards of your condition. Is our little mystery closer to being solved, Dr. Reed?
I think of nothing else, my lady.
My situation is...
At least the mistress of the tower.
Good evening, Nurse Brannigan.
Good evening, Doctor.
Have you heard rumors of anything underhand going on here at the hospital?
No, Doctor. Never.
Do you require medical assistance, nurse?
Thank you for your concern.
Goodbye. Good evening.
Good evening.
Goodbye. Good evening.
Good evening.
Good...
Perhaps I should have considered the offer from that candidate first.
If Pembroke is still standing after this epidemic,
Doctor...
there's good reason to be proud.
Good...
And what of my own life?
Good evening, nurse.
Good evening.
Have you heard of any underhand dealings within the hospital?
I don't have time for such nonsense, Doctor. I've work to do.
Are you certain? You seem nervous.
If you have something in mind, just speak up, Doctor. Otherwise, stop breathing down my neck.
Blackmail is a serious matter, Nurse Hawkins.
Everything is serious around here, Dr. Reed. Starting with patients who need me.
Do you need medical help yourself, nurse?
I'm fine. Red.
Have you heard...
I don't have to...
Milton cheats patients out of their money at this hospital, Pippa. Are you his accomplice?
Yes, I am.
Is this your definition of being useful? By abusing the sick and poor?
No. It is my definition of getting out of this useless life once and for all.
Whose idea was it?
What difference does it make? We did it together, and I'm guilty as charged.
Answer my question.
It was my idea first, even though Milton would say it was his, to protect me.
Why do you do it?
Why not? Most of the sick who paid for a bed are already dead, or will be soon. Don't you see the futility of all this?
How can you be affected by the misery around you, and be so heartless at the same time? Which is the real you, Nurse Hawkins?
I could ask you the same question, Dr. Reed. Are you more real when you lie to a dying patient, or when you grant him useless medication? Why not?
How can...
I could
Have you heard of any underhand dealings within the hospital?
I don't have time for such nonsense, Doctor. I've work to do.
Goodbye, Nurse Hawk.
Fear and disgust. The daily routine.
What is this? Who are you? Get out of my room.
There's no need for alarm, madam. I'm Dr. Reed, the new surgeon.
Preposterous. Dr. Reed, you say? I don't want some bumbling intern. Where's Dr. Swansea?
Please, calm down, madam. I assure you that I am highly qualified. I'm just back from war duty.
Ha! How brave. Threatening an old defenseless woman. You know how long I've been a patient here? You've picked the wrong fight. I'm Harriet Jones.
Harriet Jones? Indeed. I've been meaning to have a chat with you. You know what goes on here better than any other patient, I gather.
Oh, better than any patient, nurse or doctor. I've seen so many vile undertakings.
I heard there have been some despicable goings-on. Was there a case of blackmail?
Blackmail? Wait. You're investigating something. This isn't a social call. One of those incompetent cunts slit a poor sod's vein.
I assure you, madam, this is not an investigation into a possible medical error.
Debauchery, then? Nurses Crane, Hawkins, Brannigans, whores, all of them. They can't keep their legs shut. I've seen them scratching slutty sores.
Really? Well, if you have irrefutable proof, I'll not have the staff behaving in such a manner here.
This is your business, Doctor, not mine. But I swear one of the nurses is cavorting with some man on hospital hours.
Thank you for your time, Miss Jones. You've given me something to go on. See you on the next round. Miss Jones. Now.
Well.
Have you noticed any suspicious comings or goings?
It would be a great deal easier to make a list of things unsuspicious in this house of charlatans.
Come now, Miss Jones. Surely it's not that bad.
Have you no eyes? This hospital accepts all manner of souls, regardless of origin. The proper sick cannot heal. We're kept sickened by the refugees.
Everyone here is very capable. I have not seen any instances of unprofessionalism.
Thieves and murderers, the lot. People have gone missing here, you know. Poof, without a trace.
If you could just tell me why you were admitted.
It's terrible, Doctor. What with a pain in my chest, coughing up blood, and I get awfully tired. Wouldn't be so bad if I hadn't lost my house and all.
I see.
No one comes to visit, you know. Not even my own flesh and blood.
The patients and staff might know something. I'll start my investigation with them.
Hello? Goodbye. Good evening.
Evening. Fear and disgust on every street corner. The daily routine.
Good evening, Dr. Tippett.
Dr. Reed.
Goodbye, Doctor. Good evening.
I need blood.
I'll leave.
I'm...
Thank. Good evening, nurse.
Good evening.
What can you tell me about the strange man visiting one of the nurses during her shift?
Let me guess. You spoke with that old shrew, Harriet Jones. Do not pay attention to her, Doctor. She's full of fanciful tales.
No matter how you feel about her, Miss Jones deserves our help.
Who says I don't care for her? Hate is what keeps that old crone alive.
She could have been telling the truth about the mysterious man.
That old witch will end up in hell soon enough. Who cares if a nurse finds some happiness where she can?
Goodbye, Nurse Hawkins.
You all... Good evening.
Goodbye.
I will not let you down, my boy. I'm all...
Good evening.
I'm okay. I'm all right. Don't waste your time with me.
Thank you for your...
On every street corner.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Is on
I think
my situation.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Good... Good evening, Miss
I need blood.
I'll leave.
But in the circumstances...
I'm quite...
Do you need my assistance?
Don't be ridiculous.
Then you are lucky that I have taken the time to do so. Consider it a gesture of solidarity between professionals.
I wish this hospital could have received as much attention from you, Dr. Reed. We do not see you in surgery very often.
Thank you for your time. Good evening.
Good evening, Doc.
Is there anything...
Really?
Unfortunately, you... Good.
I will not let you down, my boy.
Good evening, Doctor.
Do you require medical attention as well, Mrs. Goswick?
Do you know you're the only one who's asked me this? No. I don't feel well, actually.
Despite what you think about this place, I can tell you with absolute certainty, taking this will help you recover.
Well, at least your reputation...
Goodbye, Mrs. Goswick.
Never could keep anything from her. We lack the resources, but we have some of the most brilliant minds in London.
I'm sorry you...
I cannot enter.
I understand you must be very angry about this unfair situation. I managed to arrange to have you buried in the same mass grave as your mother.
You always knew the words to calm the children, Ella. As for me, what a blundering idiot.
This hospital seems to be... falling apart. But in the circumstances, I'm willing to give him the benefit of the doubt.
The offer from that Cadigan fella.
Good evening, Milton.
Good evening, Doc.
Do you need any medical help, Milton?
I'm afraid I do. Like everyone.
Our job brings...
That's easy for you.
Good. Good evening.
Good evening.
Have you seen us?
I've never...
Do you know if any of the hospital staff have criminal backgrounds?
The people who work...
Do you require medical...
I will be fine.
Nurse, you...
I'll try.
Goodbye.
It's safer.
Is our little...
I think of...
My situation...
But the suffering continues.
The daily routine.
Good evening, Mr. Albert.
Evening, Doctor.
Soldier.
Not really.
As long...
Don't think you can...
Goodbye for now.
Bred with no respect.
What must I do? What must I do? We've dodged death so many times. Oswald, you can't just die like this. Please, sir. I need help bad.
What's going on?
I'm Blight, sir. Mutant Blight. I've lost my mate. Can't find him anywhere.
I'm Dr. Jonathan Reed from the Pembroke Hospital. Please, calm down and give me more details.
Oswald and myself were both infantry, sir. We were en route for the hospital, but... well, we had a disagreement. And Oswald ran off towards the canal.
How long have you been searching for him?
I can't go there. Too many rats by the water. Fucking rats. Can't stand them since the war, sir. Can't stand them at all.
Don't be ashamed, Mr. Blight. Many soldiers who survived the trenches suffer from musophobia. I'll see what I can do for your friend. Do you need medical attention, sir?
No thanks, sir. Unless you're able to get rid of every rat in London.
What can you tell me about yourself?
I'm Oswald's best friend. We served in the same regiment, sir. We've taken care of each other since we came back from the front.
What can you tell me about your friend?
His name is Oswald Thatcher. We survived the war together. Oswald is... nervous and quite fragile since we came back from the war.
This is a dangerous part of town. What are you doing here?
We were looking for the Pembroke Hospital. We both need help. Treatment, I mean. To get some sleep. Just need to feel better, sir.
Where was your friend the last time you saw him?
He went down by the canal. He didn't want to go to the hospital. I think he went to the sewers on purpose. So I couldn't go after him.
I have all the information I need for now. If I find anything out about your friend, I'll let you know as soon as I can.
Thank you, Dr. Reed. dodged death
Don't
so
worry,
many times.
We're safe.
Oswald, you can't just die like this.
Don't worry, we're safe. No one is here. Relax.
What must I do?
Don't worry, we're safe.
What must I do? This isn't even my neighborhood.
Don't worry, we're safe. Don't worry, we're safe. No one is here. Relax. Don't worry, we're safe. Don't worry, we're safe. No one is here. Relax. Don't worry, we're safe.
You're sure you don't come back with me?
Nah, I have to see someone at the hospital.
Be careful. You look so bad they may keep you as a patient.
Fuck 'em. I don't like hospitals or doctors.
Well then, when you go back to Whitechapel, you may find this useful.
What is it?
A pass for a free medical exam by the best nurse available. Just read it.
I don't read well, but thank you, I guess.
Surely I can endure another night.
He's locked the door behind him. I need to find another way to follow him.
I don't want to die here. I want to see the sky.
This man has been savagely attacked and dragged to the floor.
I can't breathe. I can't breathe. I don't want to die here. I want to see the sky, feel the fresh air. feel the fresh air!
Are you injured, sir?
Help me get out of here! I need to get out!
I'm Dr. Reed, and I'd be glad to help you, but you must calm down first. Please, take a deep breath and tell me your name.
Okay, I'm Oswald Thatcher. Please, I need to get out!
Mr. Thatcher, your friend Newton sent me to help you. Do you remember him?
Yes, I do.
Good. Now leave this place and enjoy the cool night air. It's quite invigorating. I'm sure you'll feel better if you do. Are you... What sort... of creature is this? Here's what's left of him. Not a lot to check, but I should anyway. Some voucher for a free checkup in Whitechapel. What is Nurse Crane up to? I really must find her. I really must find her.
It ain't human! Kill it!
It's locked, all right.
Nothing, fucking beast! That's good! Christ is dead! Easy does it, boys. We can deal with this, vermin. Die, vermin!
more and more of these bloody leeches every night. Aye, but the guards recruiting more and more every day.
When did you join the guard? 2 days ago. This is my first patrol.
He's too fucking fast!
Sir! Die, vermin!
Whitechapel. This neighborhood is linked somehow to the kind Lady Ashbury's blackmail. First, let's find this Petrescu fellow.
Fuck you all! Fuck it all! Stop it now, Albert, stop it! This stinking alley reeking worse than a week-old lavvy.
Are you all right?
The bastard hit the wall next to me. I don't even know if he meant to miss.
If you've been hurt, I can help you. I'm a doctor.
Name's Albert. Remember it. Now bugger off.
I found the recruiter you were expecting. He's dead, but he carried a note. The Wet Boot Boys have accepted your application.
I knew it! I told you I was tough enough. I'll be free soon.
This note was found on a dead man, Albert. If that doesn't change your mind, then you must be ready to face the risks.
You're all fancy words, none of which concern me. Go worry about someone else. I'm fine and I've a future here.
What happened? Did you really steal that man's medication?
Hey, I didn't do anything, it ain't me.
All right. Perhaps the poor drunk just confused you with someone else.
Sod off, mister. You ain't got no clue what's going on here. Bastard was a soldier in the war, so now he's got the right to shoot me.
It's true. I'm not familiar with this part of town. Perhaps you could help me.
I said sod off. Go find yourself another guide.
Do you know Nurse Dorothy Crane from the Pembroke Hospital? If you know anything about her, I'd appreciate it.
Never heard of her. If she's pretty, I'll keep an eye out.
Your life away.
The wet boots will be proud of me.
How are you?
I'm not your boy.
Do you need assistance?
Please. Feeling tired these days.
There you go. Let's hope nobody steals it from you.
Very funny.
Goodbye.
I won't end up another drunk arsehole littering the streets. Not me.
What? Shooting a boy in the middle of the street. Not the best thing to do, wouldn't you say?
What? You saw what happened? Who are you?
I'm Dr. Reed, and I'd like to ask you a few questions, if you promise me to set your gun aside.
No. Look, I'm not a violent man. I'm Benjamin Palmer, doctor. And no one can help me. Not even you.
What can you tell me about this place?
Nothing to say, really. This is where I used to live, and this is where I live now.
You don't have anywhere to go? No family that would welcome you?
Not since the death of my wife, Albert's mother. She was sick, you see. Long before the flu and all this shit.
You mean you used to have a better life?
Yeah, I had a wife, a husband.
What can you tell me about?
Nothing.
Perhaps...
I'm sick.
You don't seem well.
I always...
I will see you later. What is it, Benjamin? It was the war, wasn't it? Your nerves are shot, aren't they? I need some answers, Private. From one soldier to another.
The doctors called me a liar. A coward. Put me in a straitjacket, locked me up. Finally, they sent me back to the front lines with a handful of tablets.
It's a pity that doctors still practice such barbaric methods. It's a dishonor to our profession.
Now only the pills stop me thinking.
Whatever the boy did, I'm sure he did...
I swear I didn't want to...
Do you know Nurse Dorothy Crane from the Pembroke Hospital? Have you heard anything?
It's funny, I've been searching for her too. I need some pills. But the woman is a phantom, if you ask me. Word is she ain't...
Not me.
This elixir will give you faith again.
Good evening, miss.
Good evening, sir. Are you interested in a miraculous cure for this unknown and deadly epidemic?
Actually, I am.
Then you have come to the right place. The famous Swanborough cordial is all you need to help keep you in perfect health.
Oh, really? Why didn't I hear about it during my studies? I'm Jonathan Reed, by the way. Dr. Jonathan Reed.
Ah, my brother has spoken of your research, sir. I'm Loretta Swanborough, and it's always a pleasure to meet a fellow healer.
I'd like to see what kind of medicine you're selling.
Good evening.
Tell me, who intrigues you most in Whitechapel?
The region itself is something to see, but I would say Camellia the mute florist who gives away her flowers.
What do you think of the locals?
Most of them are afraid.
Is there anyone I should...
Cadogan Bates with the...
Do you know Nurse Dorothy?
I don't like to talk about
competition.
Never met her, but it seems she provides some sort of medical care to the poor.
You look ill, Miss Swanborough. I wonder...
I'm perfectly fine, thanks to my miracle.
Goodbye. It's locked, all right. It's locked.
I won't end up another drunk arsehole littering the streets. Not me.
Trucks for the sick and suffering. Someday you'll understand. You've wasted your life away.
See if this Christina is still working.
Good evening, sir. Do you remember me?
If you're here for a reward, you'll be sorely disappointed. But I'll gladly shake the hand of a fellow countryman.
I'm not here for a bounty. I'm a doctor. Dr. Reed from the Pembroke.
A doctor? In Whitechapel? What an opportunity. My name's Bates. Cadogan Bates.
Do you require assistance, Mr. Bates?
Not me, but your skills could help a lot of people round here. That would help my business, because I say, a live tenant's a paying tenant.
It's unusual to see someone so happy around here, especially considering the current situation.
Why should I be sad now? There've always been wars, disease, tragedy. There always will be.
That's an unusual way of seeing things in these trying times.
I don't see why I should shed a tear for another man's woes. I'm healthy, and I intend to stay so.
What is your business, exactly?
I offer fair lodgings for a modest price to the poor and weary of Whitechapel.
I see. And what about those who cannot pay?
Well, deals can be done, if you know what I mean. Money's not the only currency. After all, I'm not immune to a pretty face.
In other words, you take advantage of these poor lost souls.
Begging your pardon, I thought you was a man who could appreciate the complexity of the modern world. Things ain't just black and white, you know.
What help could I possibly be to your business?
That's simple. I already get good money from all those fleeing the war. Can you imagine what they'd be willing to pay if I could offer medical assistance too?
Mr. Bates, do not make me regret saving your life in this quarantine zone.
I understand, Dr. Reed, you're from a good family. Don't want to get your hands dirty. That's fine. I'll be happy to act as your middleman.
I've no interest in money. Perhaps one night I will visit you and take what I require. If that should happen, there will be no need for a middleman.
So it's a no then. That's too bad. The Reed...
Tell me, what...
People are just beginning...
What do you mean? You seem to have recovered well since your attack. Do you ever think about what happened to you?
Not much. It was a fucking nightmare. Savages, absolute bloody savages. Their appearance. Jesus. It made me want to puke.
You'd better not come back here. I won't be around next time to save you. I want to know everything about the recent violence, Cadogan. And I want the truth.
Well, rent may be a bit high, and yeah, I've had to evict a few people. But that's business, isn't it?
Take this as my final warning. You will not profit from the misery of others. Business is one thing, but what you do is quite another.
Really? What you gonna do? You ain't from here. You ain't Whitechapel, Doctor. You wouldn't know the first thing about playing dirty, even if you wanted to.
I'm looking for Dorothy Crane. She's a nurse. What can you tell me about her?
Dorothy Crane, bless her soul. I really should thank her someday.
Has she treated you?
No. When I need a checkup, I'd go to a bloody doctor, not some back alley clinic full of sick foreigners.
Tell me truthfully, why are you so thankful?
By keeping my tenants alive, she's making me a rich man. Every month they live, it's more coin in my pocket.
Since I took an oath to help people, can I be of assistance?
Well, seen better days, that's for sure. But it was bound to happen with all these refugees about.
Infecting you is probably the last thing on these people's minds. Take this, in any case.
What? You give me this for free? Don't have a clue about this place, do you?
Goodbye, Mr. Bates. I cannot enter.
Welcome, sir.
Please, take a browse of my wares.
I am Dr. Reed. I would like to ask you a few questions, if you don't mind.
Doctor? Interesting. I'm Barrett Lewis. Usually I don't have time to waste with talk, but at this hour of the night I can hardly refuse.
How is business around here?
Business? I have no business. Between this racket, theft, and customers getting scared, I'm losing money every day.
I see. Sounds like you blame someone in particular for your situation.
It's no secret Joe Peterson spends his time harassing merchants. But with me, he's trying to put me out of business once and for all.
As a merchant, you see Whitechapel every day. Have you noticed anything out of the ordinary recently?
Well, you mean besides the epidemic, the war, and all the usual crap? As long as I can remember, this part of town has been a bottomless pit, and no sign of the bottom yet.
Violence is increasing in the borough.
Yeah. A few nights ago,
Where did this happen? Why did you go there?
in the closed workshops nearby. Oh.
Have you been hurt?
No, but that's only because I ran like hell. Those men were raving lunatics, I tell you. Not even able to speak anymore, just screaming.
Do you need help, sir?
I only need you to...
As a merchant...
Well, you mean
Have you heard of a nurse called Dorothy Crane?
Nurse Crane? So the bitch really is a nurse, then? Always thought she was just some crafty foreigner, that one.
So she's trying to help her fellow immigrants. Why would that make her a villain?
Dorothy Crane ain't even a real name. Something like Dorothea Craniu. Something like that. Came to England fleeing the war, I was told.
That doesn't explain why she irritates you so much.
Your precious Nurse Crane gives away medical supplies and prescriptions for free. I offered to sell it for a fair cut, but no. Miss Crane wanted to play the quiet saint.
Right then. Show me what you have. Excuse me, sir. I have a few questions for you.
Another journalist? I didn't answer the first one, so piss off!
I'm not a journalist, I'm a doctor.
A doctor, you say? It's quite a rare breed in this part of town.
Really? But still, here I am. Dr. Jonathan Reed, at your service.
I'm Joe Peterson, the son.
May I ask what you do around here?
I do whatever I want, and sometimes even more. Now sod off.
According to you, physicians are scarce in this part of town. Why is that?
Not familiar with this neighborhood, are you? I guess your fancy colleagues are too afraid of being stabbed in the back.
This part of town does have quite a reputation. Would you say it's justified?
Totally. Look at me, for instance. I always look my opponent in the eye before knocking him out.
How did you become the...
There's no pride.
A job?
I got enlisted.
You survive at any cost, even at the
I don't care what you...
I'm not sure...
Oh, do you...
Have you heard of a nurse named Dorothy Crane? She's a colleague of mine, and is supposed to live around here.
Dorothy Crane? Yeah, I know her. One of the few good souls who dare to help the sick around here.
Could you please tell me more about her?
She's a nice girl. Tries to help the migrants. I offered to give her a hand, but she said my reputation would attract too much attention.
Goodbye, Mr. Peterson.
I know it's hard to believe, but this district has always been wretched. I'll let you go. Fancy...
You never lose... Joe Peterson. He's the villain here, isn't he? But you seem to know each other.
I've known Joe for years. I saw him box once or twice. He was a friend then. But these days, he's just...
What can you tell me?
Colossus Joe was a...
It's never...
We've all had some rough time.
And no one has...
Nobody...
Goodbye.
Cheap price, good quality. Come on, take a look. Don't be afraid. Cheap price, good quality. Come on, take a look. Don't be afraid.
Hello, young man. I'm Dr. Reed, and I would like to ask you a few questions. May I enter, please?
Sorry, no, sir. My father does not like people entering our house, you see.
Your father is worried about you, boy. He asked me to look for you.
So my father actually worries about me then? Okay then. Come on in. I'm Harry, by the way. Even my dreams are soaked with gloom.
So, may I ask you a few questions?
I'm not bothered. What could be worse?
How do you feel?
I'm fine. I mean, it's not easy every day, but I'm fine. I'm just tired of being sick all the time. If only I could be tough, like... Well, you know.
Speaking of which, what can you tell me about your father?
My father is an idiot who makes idiot things.
Forgive my bluntness.
Why should I?
This place is all...
That's exactly what...
If life here is so...
I don't...
So that's why you...
I'm not afraid.
Your father and Mr. Lewis used to be good friends. What happened, Harry?
I was young then. I don't remember Mr. Lewis ever coming back again after my mother died. Or was it after my father started bullying him? I don't know.
Have you tried speaking to Mr. Lewis about it?
I don't go out often, but yes. And he scolded me and told me to leave him alone. I guess my father frightens him too much.
But you are not...
Am I not?
Do you know Nurse Dorothy Crane from the Pembroke Hospital? I'd like to know more about her.
Yes, I know her. She came here to examine me when I was very sick. She said I should go out more.
Do you need any medical help, young man?
Yes, I do.
You'll feel better with this. But you need to get a grip, young man. Medication alone won't cure melancholia.
I'm not sure I'm happy with the idea of living long in a world like this. But I thank you for your concern, sir.
Goodbye, young.
Is there only pain and suffering in this world?
dreams are soaked with gloom.
It's locked, all right.
Is there only pain and
So,
I'm not bothered.
would it ease tensions with your father if he got an honest job? Because he tried, you know.
I can't say. I'd be glad if he dropped his thuggish activities, but I'm not sure it would be enough.
Why is that?
Sometimes I suspect it's me, Dr. Reed.
Goodbye.
Is there only pain and suffering in this world?
You again?
Harry doesn't seem happy living in Whitechapel. Why did you make him come here?
I've always put my son's interests above everything else, whatever he may think. Our house is small but affordable. The walls are thin, but the door is solid.
You really love your son, don't you?
He's my
Do you have any?
Only one.
Since the
No one will ever...
Why do you keep on?
It's true, I hate this.
You could leave.
That's easy.
Goodbye.
Fancy...
You never... What do you know of Harry Peterson? The boy seems so fragile. Not like his father at all.
Harry's a good boy, but he spends most of his time complaining. He's had it tough, all right, but he needs to grow a pair.
What troubles him exactly?
Well, despite being his father's son, almost everything, I think. He never want...
Goodbye for now. Good evening, Harry. May I come in?
Sure. Even my dreams are soaked with gloom.
So,
I'm not bothered.
goodbye.
Even my dreams are soaked with gloom.
Talking about this Colossus. Perhaps I should look into it.
What do you want? Leave me alone.
Good evening, sir. I'm Dr. Reed. I'm looking for Nurse Dorothy Crane.
There is no Dorothy Crane here. Now, goodbye.
I'm afraid this medical leaflet says the opposite, sir.
Really? Well, I'm afraid I'm going to close this door right now. Go bother someone else, Mr. Doctor.
To enter that house, I must discover who this man really is. Maybe I could start by observing what he...
I must insist...
I haven't...
Swanborough cordial can be the answer to all your...
There's no one in. Nobody at home. It's locked.
Perhaps I should look into it. A strange man was at the door with a pass for our medical facility. I refused him entry.
Darius, how could you know he didn't need our help?
His clothes were too finely tailored to be from Whitechapel.
Perhaps just a friend of that stray poet who is always about.
Richard Nithercott? No, not of the same cloth, this man. I suspect some machination from that journalist.
Clayton Darby. Is he still asking questions?
Yes. I saw him drifting around St. Mary's Church. I swear he is tracking me just downwind.
I must talk to that journalist or the poet. They must know about Darius. Nearby the church they just mentioned.
Bertie. Come on, take a look. Don't be afraid.
For there is no protection against malevolence and trickery.
Forgive my interruption.
Do not apologize, my son. Father Tobias Whitaker is always happy to teach mortals about the incoming Armageddon.
I am Dr. Jonathan Reed, and I just have a few questions.
A scientist? You are much more lost than I thought, my son.
What do you mean when you say that I am...
All science.
Quite a judge...
But you are...
I am. What do you mean?
All
quite a...
But you...
Well, I suppose...
As a doctor...
What do you mean?
The beast.
I have heard enough. Good evening.
It's far...
What do you mean?
All
quite a...
But you...
Well,
As a
what do you mean?
The beast.
Really?
We must...
What is...
Cleanse...
Tell me, Tobias. What exactly is your plan concerning the cleansing of this city?
God will recognize his own. More than once this city has risen from the ashes, hardened and purified by the flames.
Science?
See, Doctor?
Tell me.
God.
Science?
See?
Have you any friends?
No.
Where did...
I
You sent him on some preaching...
As a true bit.
Do you know Nurse Dorothy Crane from the Pembroke Hospital? I'd like to know more about her.
I don't like the liberal ideas of nurses, but I especially abhor that Nurse Crane you mentioned.
So, you're not...
None.
Why do you hate...
Before...
I have heard enough.
Excuse me, sir. Are you familiar with this part of town? Name's Clayton Darby, reporter.
Sorry, I'm new to Whitechapel. But perhaps you could help me since you're a journalist. My name is Jonathan Reed.
Dr. Reed, the famous surgeon. I'll gladly help if I'm able, sir.
Why are the newspapers keeping silent about the Spanish influenza? It's as though none of you care.
There's a war going on. People shouldn't be demoralized by news of deadly diseases.
I served in...
Sir.
Have you any idea of the...
I've had to run and hide.
That son... What is a journalist doing?
He goes where none of...
So you...
Whitechapel.
That's quite odd.
Not at all, sir.
I heard you're investigating an underground medical dispensary in Whitechapel. What do you know about it?
Not much, I'm afraid. They are wary of strangers, and I'm not really an acquaintance of theirs. Why do you care?
I'm a doctor, Mr.
Are you sure?
Without a doubt.
I don't know much.
He has...
No.
Where can I...
He spends...
He never...
No.
Really?
He went to the...
Do you need assistance?
That would be nice of you, Doctor.
If you persist in investigating...
Thank you, sir.
Goodbye, Mr. Darby. Farewell.
absurdity can breathe its own beauty and grace. An angel made flesh, I tell you.
Good evening, sir. I'm Dr. Reed. I would
Please be my guest.
Oh, really?
I'm a poet.
May I ask what you're doing at this hour of night, sir? Do you live here?
Not at all. I'm just enjoying the pleasure of a quiet walk. Though night talks are always preferable, if you ask me. Especially with strangers.
But are you not afraid of the epidemic?
Oh, why should I? I see some equity in the Spanish flu. No flesh should be saved, say the scriptures. Good or evil, rich or poor, all are equal in the eyes of the flu.
If you say so.
Thank you, Doctor.
What are your thoughts?
Terrible,
What are you talking?
Do you remember London?
Peaceful.
Most people
Are you aware?
But this is...
I understand.
I don't care.
If some...
Well, you...
Tell me, Mr.
The place is not
Do you know...
On the...
What can you tell...
Not much.
Perhaps you're just a...
One day, perhaps.
And have you ever...
Maybe I prefer...
In what way, exactly?
The struggle by...
If you say
such
vivid...
Oh, yes?
May I ask you a few questions about the district?
Extraordinary part of town is...
I'm looking for
Dorothy Crane. Oh,
What can you tell me about an old man?
Darius Petrescu. Yes, I know.
Not interested.
Darius...
Do you need medical attention, sir?
It may be wise...
I understand.
The nutrition...
I'll leave you alone, sir. Good evening, miss. I'm Dr. Reed. I know what you're thinking. I know you understand. Tell me about Richard Nethercott. I understand he is quite fond of you, Camellia. Very well. Hello. You don't seem to need. Very well. Hello again, miss. Very well. Hello again. Camellia, I know you work for Dorothy Crane. Please... Very well.
The content of Darius' letter to his children could give me more leverage to enter. Darius is a bit less of a mystery now. It should not be that difficult to incite him to let me in. Hello again. Very well. It's locked.
Good evening, Doctor.
Good. Good.
It's fuck.
Distribute flowers at this hour of night.
Mr. Petrescu, just 1 minute, please.
You again. Go away.
Sir, wait. Don't you...
I'm not...
Yes?
I have...
It's locked.
If you want to talk to Dorothy...
We've not been
I am...
So Dorothy...
Like my...
She seems...
More...
Tell me everything you know about Kamed.
I do not believe in the afterlife, Doctor, but I...
Are you not worried for...
She is as brave...
Are you in love?
Don't be...
Who is she?
She's not from around here, that's all, but...
You say she has no...
Well, there's that.
Tell me everything.
I do not...
Do you have any...
Oh, no.
Don't be...
It's quite...
This...
No.
Do you...
Oh, no.
How did you meet Nurse...
I'm her oldest...
You mean...
Really?
I know, but remember... Do you need some help, Mr. Petrescu?
I am very tired, but that is all.
Well, I think you do.
Free drugs from an English doctor. It must be my lucky day.
Goodbye, Mr. Petrescu.
I need help! He's going into convulsions, Doctor!
What do we have here, nurse?
Patient Raz Van Vasily. High fever running on 3 days. Complaints of dizziness, muscle aches, and head pain. Diagnosed with influenza.
Treatment?
Aspirin and salicin for the fever and discomfort. Liquids for dehydration, but he's having trouble keeping even water down.
Thank you, nurse. Anything else I should know?
He did lose consciousness this morning, but he's never had convulsions like these.
He's not convulsing, he's choking. He's not getting any air. Scalpel! Hand me that scalpel!
What can I do, Doctor?
It's too dangerous to operate with these convulsions. Sedative, nurse. Do we have any anesthetics?
I'm sorry, Doctor. None at all.
I need to perform a tracheostomy. Short pipe. That rubber tube will do. We're going to cut a passage for air through the neck.
Yes, Doctor. He's breathing again, but he's coughing up blood.
Internal hemorrhaging. I need to make another incision into the chest cavity to drain the fluids from the lung. Prepare another tube.
A thoracostomy? Doctor, we've nothing to fight the infection. We need an aseptic environment.
Right then, Nurse Crane. What do you suggest we do?
I've no idea. I'm not the doctor.
Time is of the essence. We need to perform a thoracic drain.
Yes, Doctor. He's still bleeding, Doctor. I'm losing his pulse.
The drain must have punctured the intercostal artery. There's too much blood.
Are you all right, Doctor?
I can't see. I must first suture the artery. Find the wound. The source of the blood.
Needle and thread, Doctor.
Good. The stitches are holding. How's he doing?
We're losing him. We've lost his pulse. He's dying, Doctor!
Cardiac massage, now.
Cardiac... What? Are you making this up as you go along? We've lost the pulse. He's gone, Doctor.
Nurse, we did everything we could.
Truly? Everything you could? Is that how you'll report this in your log? Is this how the war went? Piling up one poor corpse beside the next?
This was not an influenza-induced seizure. I've never seen symptoms like these on the continent.
Neither have I. But the previous symptoms leading up to this attack were the same, indistinguishable from the epidemic.
No. There was something more vile in these reactions. Something primitive.
There have been numerous reports of mental breakdowns caused by the fever that accompanies the flu itself, Doctor.
Yes, but... I'd best take some samples of the blood for analysis.
I doubt you're here to test my bedside manners.
It's locked, all right.
To what do I owe this courtesy? I suspect it was more than intuition alone that led you to us. So, how might I be of service, Dr. Reed?
Your heart, my...
Doctor, you think...
But what?
She's It's easy...
Sir.
I know you...
You've convinced me of the sincerity of your actions and their noble justifications. But all the same, blackmail is a crime, and it will stop, Nurse Crane.
So, are you going to turn me over to the authorities?
No. Your place is here. Jailing you would be an even greater crime. So, here is my proposition. I'll look the other way on your little enterprise. In exchange, you will resign from the Pembroke Hospital and provide me with medical supplies when the need arises.
Dr. Reed! That sounds like a business proposition. My accomplice, then?
No, just a privileged client. My research may require the occasional rare piece of equipment or ingredient. I'll pay good coin in exchange, fair and honest, to help finance your noble endeavors.
We have ourselves a deal, Doctor. Good customers are always welcome.
Yes, Nurse Crane. We have a deal. It's locked. It's locked, all right.
It's dead, all right. Oh, this one stinks already.
It's mine! I'll take it! Shit!
it! Kill it! Oh Christ! Over there! There's one of them vermin!
It's locked.
Hello, Mr. Petrescu.
Hello, Doctor. Yes?
Tell me
I do not believe...
Goodbye, Mr.
A lot of people are talking about this. This district
Yes?
seems to get uglier every year.
Good evening.
I'd like to...
When science fails you, this elixir will give you faith again. The Swanborough cordial can be the answer to all your problems.
This district seems to get uglier every year.
Its effectiveness has been proven by many.
It's locked, all right. It's locked.
Turn around, sir.
Don't come to this one's hard! He's dead!
You leeches need killing! Send you back to the bloody grave!
This could be the box Lewis thought he lost. A love letter from Joe Peterson's wife, addressed to Barrett Lewis. Who should I give it to, I wonder?
Cheap price, good quality. Come on, take a look. Don't be afraid. Fancy buying something, sir?
You never lose your foot. Barrett, you had an affair with Joe's wife, didn't you?
Yeah, I did. She's the only woman I loved. My first regret is that she stayed with Joe after Harry was born. The second is I never shed a tear when she died.
Did you ever try talking to Joe?
Never. But I suspected he knew everything, even without knowing it. And he decided to make me pay in his own way.
Do you mean you're Harry's father.
No one will ever know for sure. And it's better that way. And I don't believe I'd have been all that bad as a dad.
Right then.
Fancy buying?
You never... I found this box in an abandoned building nearby. I believe it belongs to you.
Let's have a look. Yeah, this is mine. So, you faced those loons that roam around there. Extraordinary.
I suppose I was lucky.
Luck is a commodity round here. Yours should be properly rewarded.
About this package, it's not just tools and trinkets, is it?
I don't want to be rude or anything after your kind gesture, but it...
Right then.
You again?
Goodbye, Mr. Peterson.
Joe, please, I don't have to...
Nature, for the punishment of a divine will.
Hello again. Hello, Camellia. How are you, partner? Come on, girl. Very well.
yourselves! This one!
This man stunned me with his faith. His crucifix. This is not good news.
Hello, sir. Sorry to disturb you at this hour. I'm a doctor inquiring about the epidemic. May I come in?
A doctor, you say? No, thank you.
All right. I shan't insist.
Human blood. Whoever left these marks did so deliberately.
Kill him, boy! Burn it, boys! Hey, over there! There's one of them vermin!
Best stay back. Stupid beast! He's dead! Fuck it's gone! Put an end to you!
I cannot enter. can't believe I'm doing this.
Who are you? What do you want?
Carnage. Is Father Whitaker's disciple among the bodies, I wonder? This man's far too old to be Samuel. No. By the look of his clothes, this man's a docker. Samuel isn't here. I had better follow the blood trail. It's locked.
Are you all right, miss?
I don't know. Who were those people? They wanted to kill me. Why?
They've lost their minds in the epidemic. They won't come back for now.
You seem to know a lot about them, sir.
I'm Dr. Jonathan Reed. I'm investigating this disease.
I am Xiaoxun. Thank you so much for helping me, Mr. Reed. I must go to the cemetery now. Goodbye.
Shouldn't you?
Maybe late.
As I feared, Samuel no longer preaches the gospel.
Do you hear me?
Human blood. Whoever left these marks did so deliberately.
Good evening, Harry. May I come in?
Sure. Sure. Is there only pain and suffering in this world?
So?
I'm not bothered.
Do you remember when Barrett Lewis was close to your family?
Not really.
Why are you...
Because it...
How was
he? He was 9.
Goodbye.
Is there only pain and suffering in this world?
I'm cheap and I'm clean, I promise. Don't be shy, handsome. What can Christina do for you?
I'm not looking for what you're selling. But I'd like to ask you a few questions, if I may. I'm a doctor. Dr. Reed.
All right then, but be cool.
Christina, have you been examined? The epidemic is spreading fast in London.
I don't like doctors, or...
Consider...
If it is got...
You can...
And you think...
Clayton Darby claims he will expose the crisis in Whitechapel to all of London. Do you believe him?
I believe Clayton's courage will erode with time, until he finally leaves Whitechapel to start another fight somewhere else.
Why this skepticism?
How can you...
Are you talking...
I've seen your...
Tell me about yourself.
Are you joking with me?
I have no... I'm sure you could have...
And when exactly...
Could this be the scarf you lost, Miss Popper?
It is much more than a scarf to me. It is the only thing that connects me to my family.
Do you need any assistance, Miss Popper?
It depends on the price of your medicine.
I am shocked that you would think I am that sort of man.
Forgive my suspicion. I'm...
Goodbye, miss. Good evening, Mr.
It's Father Whittaker.
Why did you send Sam...
I sent him on
a laughing queen?
This epid...
But who...
She...
Why?
I sent...
You sent a man to... Good evening.
It's
Tobias...
I have done.
You are just...
No!
You're not...
I take...
I have found Samuel, your disciple.
I already expected the worst.
Yes.
Samuel's...
Your disciple, Samuel, stole from the dead in...
No!
He defiled...
Think what you would...
Your... I have had...
The walls of your home will not protect you, for there is no protection against malevolence and trickery.
Good evening.
Christina Popper.
Of course.
Do you think...
I believe...
Good.
Some of us come to this world.
Good
and grieve.
Did you know the mute florist is a member of a secret society?
No, I didn't.
Are you not?
That girl.
I fear guilt. I'll leave you alone. Hello again. Very well. Goodbye then.
An angel made flesh, I tell you.
Protection against malevolence and trickery. You are blinded by your false faith.
I don't have your money.
Good evening.
I'd like to see...
Good evening.
Goodbye, Miss.
When science fails you, this elixir will give you
All the good boys join the army.
Good evening, Benjamin.
I'm afraid...
You don't seem well, Benjamin.
I always feel ill.
I can try to help.
The war destroyed me.
A gun? I'll...
as long as you have the money.
A lot of people are talking about this.
Mr.
Evening.
Good. Hello, Mr.
Hello, Dr. Reed. Come on in. Yes?
Tell me everything you know about Camellia.
I do not believe.
Tell me...
I do not believe in the...
Welcome back, Dr. Reed.
Good evening, nurse. How should I address you?
Dorothy is all right.
That's fine.
What can I do?
How is the sanitary situation in Whitechapel?
I don't know whether you have undertaken your...
How are things...
Things are going...
Do you have...
A few.
Have there been...
No.
How are things...
Things are...
I hope you've...
Yes, I have...
Who is the...
I would rather you did not...
Why did you...
She ki...
Do you need medical help, Dorothy?
I'm a professional...
Are you not a...
I'm more...
Do you...
You fought...
Tell me.
There is not much...
Do you...
I miss the... John...
Show me what you have.
Welcome.
Goodbye for now.
It's locked, all right. It's locked.
Give you faith again. Its effectiveness has been proven by many. Even...
boots will be proud of me.
I cannot enter. Human blood. Whoever left these marks did so deliberately. The flower's dying. It needs water. It's locked, all right. It's locked.
Not now!
Good evening. I'll lick.
See you again.
Thank you for your... Good evening. Please show me what... Of course. Tomorrow, more... Do you need... Well, the proximity... Don't take... And that is a... Goodbye, Mr. Chidana.
never ceases to amaze me how
It's locked, all right. It's locked, all right.
at the same time.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Do you need...
I'm afraid...
Not under...
Thank you.
Goodbye, Nurse Hawking. Good evening.
Good evening.
Goodbye. Good evening. I'd like to...
Wise choice.
Hello again, Mr. Black.
I'm eternally grateful, Doctor.
Why do you... Can you...
Rats, sir.
What can...
Well...
Did...
No. Yeah.
You are all...
I'm not giving...
Perhaps...
Could you speak...
What caused...
It happened.
Go on.
It started...
I see.
No, you don't.
Do you need medical...
Afraid so.
Throughout here...
You're working...
Goodbye. Hello again, Mr.
Yes.
Mr.
No.
I understand.
No.
Why were you...
I went...
What?
You... That's...
Oswald.
I don't trust... I've seen...
Do you...
No.
An irrational...
Well, Doctor, take...
As a soldier...
My God.
Do you need medical...
Don't get me wrong, sir. I'm grateful.
I'm certain you have your reason. Goodbye.
I'm not responsible for everything bad that has happened.
I would ask you to avert your eyes, sir. Or did you not know it was rude to stare?
I knew it.
Speak up, Dr. Reed. I like a man who speaks his mind.
You killed him.
Spare me your...
We are vampires.
The situation is somewhat...
Anyway, I have concluded my...
I see.
I must confess.
I'm so...
Lady Ashbury.
Well, you are full of...
I believe I...
And since a late...
Why does
Dr. Swansea is...
What do you...
The brother.
And...
As you...
I know this is beyond...
Really? And I thought you were gentlemen. If you must...
Very well.
A lady...
And who
My mate?
Why did you...
I could hardly...
William...
No.
What time?
Not a true...
I've been...
Things have... Yes.
What if...
Fear.
Are there many vampires here in London?
Immortals are...
Do you know...
You mean you...
What do you mean?
Every now and...
Will they...
I do not...
That's...
Vampire...
When I awoke, changed, I was chased.
Though I can't be certain. More than...
Once...
They have sick...
You make them...
More...
I've been...
How?
How?
Only the...
Me? I don't under...
That is a...
So...
A very...
I'd... A vamp...
Such...
Are you...
Yes.
I bid you farewell. For now, my lady. I must quickly analyze the blood I took from Nurse Crane's patient.
Yes,
May I...
Please...
I bid you farewell. For now, my lady.
If only I were young again. Just a dozen years or so.
Good evening.
Doctor...
Good.
Razvan Vasily was infected by Spanish flu, but also has the highly unstable blood of the Skulls. Is the London vampire epidemic transmitted through the flu? I should talk to Dr. Swansea about it.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Goodbye, Milton.
Yes, Jonathan?
May I ask?
Please do.
I...
Damn. The pain. It's here again.
Multiple abrasions and scarring on the arms and legs. Old and distinctive injuries of a sailor or a fisherman. The chest was originally opened to perform the operation. The sutures are clean, but the chest has been reopened. Traces of a pinkish foam at the corner of the lips. Some sort of drug overdose, perhaps? A puncture over the left lung, possibly a chest tube insertion. Not the cleanest work, but I think it was successful. Signs of internal bleeding. So, Dr. Tippett's anesthetics were incorrectly dosed, causing the patient's death. And then he tried to operate on him again. Tippett has made... Tippett has... It's locked. It's locked.
Weirder than anywhere else in the East End.
Surely I can endure another night.
Good evening, Dr. Tibbets.
Dr. Reed, any good news to share?
This is no time for that. It's the last thing.
Corcoran, I want you to tell me about Mr. Connor. How did he die? What happened?
He was my patient. He died because of my mistake. That's the blunt truth.
What was the nature of the mistake?
It was a twofold error. My diagnosis was wrong, and the administered dosage was too strong.
Who was this patient?
I don't know. Some sick man from the docks, maybe a fisherman. I had no time to talk with him. No one claimed a body.
Why not stop practicing?
Are you mad? I killed that man, I admit it, and it won't happen again. I have saved so many lives since then.
Goodbye, Dr. Tibbets. Good evening, Nurse Brannigan.
Good evening, Doctor.
Tell me what Dr. Tibbets did. I know his mistake caused a patient's death.
If I had not covered up his error, Dr. Tibbets would have been fired from this hospital. I could not let that happen.
You can't allow your emotions to dictate your conduct concerning patients, Nurse Brannigan.
Look around you, Dr. Reed. Do you really think we can afford to lose a brilliant practitioner like Dr. Tibbets in our situation?
I can't say I approve of what you did. But as a field surgeon, I know that some situations require you to bend the rules.
I'm not proud of what I've done, but to contain the epidemic must be our priority, so we can't afford to lose Dr. Tibbets.
Why does...
If it wasn't...
Dr. Tibbets... I've decided that I won't reveal Dr. Tibbets' shall we say, misdemeanor.
I'm so glad you share my point of view. Dr. Tibbets is a brilliant practitioner. We most definitely need his know-how.
I hope you're right. This is a huge risk we're taking.
Dr. Tibbets must regain his confidence. Please, keep this decision between you and me. He doesn't need to know you found out.
Goodbye.
Another night. Surely I can endure another night.
Evening, Edgar. Could I get your professional opinion?
Please speak. But I have something important to tell you.
This strain of flu, it's very different from the one I saw in Europe. It's downright peculiar.
Really? What makes you say that?
I've just looked at the blood of one of our recently deceased.
I see. Do you have anything more to go on?
This disease spreads and looks like the Spanish flu, but its effects differ greatly. The London strain is different from the continental one.
This is very interesting. Did you find something else?
Yes. Unlike the flu, the infected begin to show an increase in outwardly aggressive behavior. More than simple agitation. Once docile people become violent.
You mean like rabies? Is there a chance we could create a vaccine, Jonathan, like Pasteur? By the stove, that would be smashing.
There's a lot we're not seeing here. But it is spreading, and quickly. If we don't act, the whole city could be lost.
But Jonathan, we've a fantastic opportunity sitting right here in front of us. A weapon of choice.
What on earth do you mean?
Why, you, my dear boy. With your expertise and your blood, we could isolate the properties that course through your veins. Think about the possibilities.
I admit it did occur to me. Blood seems to be the common factor in all of this.
I totally agree. We're in uncharted territory here. Maybe it's just wishful thinking, but imagine the possibilities.
We'll discuss this more later. Thank you for your time.
No, thank you, Jonathan. But as I said, I needed to talk to you. I have some rather bad news.
Yes?
I'm afraid it's your sister.
My sister?
She's to be buried this evening at Whitechapel Cemetery. Your mother published the obituary this morning.
I see.
I'm sorry, Jonathan. Please accept my condolences.
I need...
Please do.
So you manage a hospital financed...
Yes.
A convenient...
All vamp...
If I may...
Well, Jonathan, she sought me...
Do you know anything...
Without...
Where...
One...
They're Nurse Crane will not be returning to Pembroke Hospital.
Oh, really? Did something...
Perhaps too capable. Nurse Crane also ran an illicit dispensary in Whitechapel. I had to ask for her resignation.
I see. Well, we'll just have to manage without her assistance.
We'll talk later. I never thought
thought I would have to attend my murdered sister's funeral. Mary, I can't forgive myself. I'll find the truth about what happened to us. I swear.
Over there! Watch yourselves! Bloody leech!
My dear sister, I don't know if I have the strength. Since I can't reveal myself to my mother now, I must find a discreet spot to attend the ceremony.
I am the resurrection and the life. He that believeth in me, though he were dead, yet shall he live. And whosoever liveth and believeth in me shall never die. We commend unto thy hands of mercy, most merciful Father, the soul of our sister departed, and we commit her body to the ground. Earth to earth, ashes to ashes, dust to dust.
Why kill my Mary and stick her here in this cold, god-awful place?
These are the legal requirements for the epidemic, madam.
Oh, Avery, I feel so tired. Please take me home.
Yes, madam.
Oh, Mary. What have I done? If I could only change one thing. One thing. This is a nightmare.
Jonathan, there is nothing you can do but accept it.
What brings you here?
I thought you could use the company. I am so sorry for your loss, Jonathan.
She was a good person. Vibrant, full of life. She was kindness incarnate, my Mary.
You're a good person, Jonathan. And a young Ekon. A newborn cast into the night without so much as a candle to guide your way.
She had been scouring the most dangerous parts of London in search of me. And it led to her death.
Jonathan, don't.
I still hear her last thoughts. They echo in my head. Her mind shattered, and it haunts me.
Jonathan, stop. Listen carefully. You must come to terms with this. You must learn to live with what happened.
How can I? I've destroyed my family. My poor mother. I can't even console her.
Don't you see? You're doing the work of our enemies, feeding your remorse. We are weakest when we grieve, and the guilt blurs our senses.
And so this is why you're here. To warn me. You felt this pain yourself. You too have endured this.
I don't want to lose you, Jonathan. I've lost so many friends. Loved ones I cherished. Pray for Mary's forgiveness, if you must.
Thank you, my lady. I will.
Good. But be careful. If I found you here, others may too.
What should I do then?
St. Mary's Church is not far from here. Go there and make your peace. Find the solace you need.
My lady wants me to confess.
No, Jonathan. It's you who wants to confess, I think.
And off to church he goes, a newborn seeking divine consent to lick the blood from the soft and pointy crown.
Who are you? Make yourself known.
Newborn, you reek of guilt and pointless compassion. Shed your skin, forget your old weaker self.
What do you want from me?
Ascalon does not approve of lone wolves who bring unwanted eyes to our pastures.
So your name is Ascalon?
Ascalon's will is vampire law. Learn them, abide by them, or I shall return as your judge and jury.
These immortals try my patience with their plans and unsolicited counsel.
was one of them vermin!
Hello again, miss. I know you... Come on. Come. Tell... Very well. Good evening.
And good evening.
Have you recent news?
I don't know much.
You don't
know.
When she was younger, my mother was a painter and a poet. She told me many times.
My parents.
You seem
someday.
I'll...
Good evening.
Have you any...
I'll never know what goes on.
Goodbye. Good evening.
Change your mind?
What do you know about Nurse
That woman is a saint.
Good.
You?
Have you reached...
She's doing good work.
Goodbye.
Fancy
You never... Do you have any...
I guess what she...
Right. Miss
Eve.
Have you had...
Not really.
A man's...
Yeah.
So bit...
More than that.
What?
Maybe.
Hello, Mr. Petrescu.
Hello, Dr. Reed. Come on in. Yes?
Tell me everything.
I do not...
Did you?
Yes.
You could have...
As I got...
How is Nurse Crane?
I don't know.
Goodbye.
Welcome back.
How are things going?
Things are going...
How are things going in...
Things...
Sure.
Cheap price, good quality. Come on, take a look. Don't be afraid.
Good evening, Harry. May I come in?
Sure. Sure. Is there only pain and suffering in this world?
So,
I'm not
have you...
I don't...
Good.
Even my dreams are soaked with gloom.
Good evening.
Shane.
Goodbye, miss.
The disease upon us is not an accident.
Good evening.
It's
Yes? What is it that you want?
I'm sorry to disturb you at such a late hour.
No worries, my son. I'm still quite awake, having just returned from a funeral.
Yes, I know. I've forgotten what I wanted. I don't know.
May I help you, child? You seem somewhat perturbed.
I haven't the strength to cross the threshold. I wish to pray, to cleanse my soul.
The church is shut by order of the bishop. But I'm still the vicar of St. Mary's, if that is any use to you, my son.
You seem to me a good soul, Vicar. But this is a personal matter.
There are no secrets from God, my son. If your heart needs comfort, consider me your chapel. for I can be as silent as stone.
I've words for one to...
Your eyes...
Very well.
Open your...
She was my sister.
You seem so...
She was...
I see.
She died because of me.
I have a final question.
Ask you.
What word...
I'm so sorry, Mary.
You have been...
There. I confessed to that vicar. Do I feel better? Only time will tell.
Fear no evil. We do the Lord's work here.
He's mine! I'll take it! Over there!
Remorse and pain are precious when binding you to the earth.
You. I remember you.
Fear be gone. I would harm no child of my making.
This is your doing. You made me. Made me this creature. What are you?
I am the land. You are our champion.
You selected me. Chose me.
As shall my children yet to come.
What is it you seek?
This age is sickly. An ancient poison, an older rage, brewed in a cauldron newly forged.
This has something to do with the epidemic.
Seek truth, my champion. Defeat the serpent of knowing with iron spur.
I've had enough of others making decisions for me, pretending to know how I should feel or behave. So the vampire who made me is some sort of disembodied entity? Or was he just projecting this vision in my mind? Maybe Edgar can help me with this one.
My sweet girl. Reads me like a book. Never could keep anything from her.
This dead flesh
Good evening, nurse.
Good evening.
What can you tell me about the recent events in the hospital?
That Mr. Hampton killed Miss Jones in her room, then ran away.
And did you see all this?
No. I was working by the tents when it all happened. I only entered the room when they asked...
Where is Miss Jones's body?
I don't know. I'd imagine the morgue.
Did you see Sean Hampton leave?
I think I saw a silhouette.
Goodbye.
Ghost on every street corner. The daily routine.
Good evening.
I need blood.
I'll leave.
Time has lost its effect on me, but the suffering continues. So many deaths.
Damn.
And what of my own life?
Good evening. Goodbye.
Damn.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Goodbye.
Fear and disgust on every street corner.
Good evening. And good evening. Goodbye.
Falling apart.
I'm...
But in the circumstances...
Thank you. Good evening. Good evening. Good.
So many deaths.
Good evening.
Goodbye, Mrs. Goswick.
I'm all right.
Good evening.
I'm okay.
I have to go now, sir. But don't hesitate to contact.
Good evening, sir. Doctor.
My sweet girl. I'll never believe anything from her.
Jonathan, my...
Your kindness.
Is there anything you... No.
But what if I...
Fear.
Are we...
We are...
Are we...
Dying it...
I don't know what to expect. Am I...
With time... We are...
Goodbye, my...
Good evening. White.
But we have some of the most brilliant minds in London.
God protect us. You've got a leech in the hospital.
Yes, my hospital. My mission is to heal while you go about warring.
You've set the table for a snake. I wonder why there's venom in your food.
I'm growing tired of your song. You're a woodsman, McCallum, not a doctor. Return to your hunt.
Remember, I've a good nose for machinations. I can flare the scent at a mile. You can't hide from the god.
Leave him, Jonathan. This is sacred ground. Neutral territory. And I just had the carpet cleaned. By the sacred stole, this is very bad news. Bad news indeed.
What happened?
The hospital has been attacked. We have injured patients, at least one dead and several missing. This has spiraled out of control. Even the most infirm are asking to be allowed to return home.
We cannot have the people lose faith in this institution. This hospital is their only hope.
Of course, you're right. But we cannot afford a public scandal. It would ruin us. We must restore order, and quickly.
You mentioned a dead patient. Who is he?
She, Jonathan. She was Miss Harriet Jones. I found her room like a slaughterhouse. Blood everywhere. The duty nurse is taking care of the mess.
Very well. I'll help you.
Jonathan, please. I can't rely on anyone else. And this concerns you as it involves vampires. Someone has taken advantage of our more liberal tendencies here.
In what way?
Jonathan, I may turn my head when you or her ladyship indulge, but I will not allow this place to become a nest for street feeders.
Please then, tell me.
Sean Hampton, the man we thought we'd saved at the docks. It seems he was infected after all.
So Hampton became more beast than man.
Exactly. And now Guard of Prewen suspects the hospital of vampire activity. Do you realize what that could mean for us?
Rest assured, I will protect you and your staff.
McCallum is a fanatic. The Guard will stop at nothing. You don't know what they're capable of, Jonathan.
Very well. Since I brought Mr. Hampton here, I will put an end to this. If you don't mind,
I'd be delighted.
I just recently met the strangest creature in Whitechapel. He was immense. He mocked me and accused me of hypocrisy.
Perhaps it was a skull. London's streets are
It was a vampire, all right.
If you find it...
He was a...
You need...
I recently tried to enter a church. It has been...
The Brotherhood's research on the...
Is this...
The Wrath?
It's hard...
I'm...
What exactly happened here while I was absent?
Hampton turned. Quite violently as it happened. Lurking about.
Are you sure?
There was...
How did the...
McCallum!
Who was that man?
Geoffrey McCallum.
They know I'm here.
I understand your need for blood.
What do they...
They're up.
Thank you, Egg.
Sean Hampton lives and breathes for the well-being of his flock. There's no other place he would go but the docks.
fear and disgust on every street.
Oh, Jonathan. I cannot believe my...
Everything died.
Jonathan!
Forgive me.
I'm all...
What do you know?
What more can you...
What is?
The Ask...
He was...
Ferg.
I have
Now that... I don't have...
Auntie.
Very...
Have you
Her name...
Is the...
Yes. Over...
Thank you, my... It seems the Priwen are redoubling their patrols in the district. I must be more careful.
Not a safe place right now, sir. Best be moving on.
See how he's dressed? Looks like an aristocrat.
Look at him! He's up to us!
It's a leech! Kill it! That's gonna hurt!
It's locked.
Good evening, sir.
Who the fuck are you? Don't you see I'm...
Dr. Jonathan Reed.
Ah, some fancy gentleman we've...
So you won't?
The name is...
Are you some...
Something like...
So you're a... I saw... So...
What?
Well, yeah...
Oi!
What can you tell?
Things ain't that...
Well, you're not...
Yeah, well...
More of... I know it's just... Do you know where I can find Sean Hampton?
The sad saint.
He was one of... Do you need me?
I feel...
Goodbye, Mr.
Heartens me to know you can't see me.
Perhaps we should listen to what the idiot had to say.
Good evening, miss. I'm...
Who are you?
As I just told...
The Pembroke Hospital, you say?
I'm not here.
Miss...
What can you...
I'm a business...
Gang member...
If you're...
I'm not...
Fair.
Since my...
That's exactly...
You're quite...
I like...
What can you tell me?
You can't...
Really?
Bath...
You
Take the...
loot...
Whatever.
You still use your husband...
Why should...
Are you a...
Yes.
I'm looking for Mr. Sean Hampton. Do you know where I could find him?
The sad saint? I heard he was mugged or something.
Yes, he was. But he left hospital recently.
You don't say. Well, I suppose it's good news for the homeless and the useless. Ask them, they must know something.
Booth Digby looks at you with love-struck eyes. Tell me, Edwina, is the feeling mutual?
You have no... What is it?
Behind...
Oh, man.
Tell me about...
The bath...
And you...
Fire...
So you...
Yes.
What?
I don't
So you...
know what...
Can I see what...
As long as you have...
Perhaps we should have listened to what the idiot had to say first. You.
Tell me...
One of us.
There
No.
Are you...
Have you...
Do you know... He was... Goodbye, Mr.
The sewer dog's fault, they say. Then the gangs, the epidemics, everyone's throwing the blame.
Get away from me, you bastard! Get the fuck out, you crazy bastards!
Are you all right, sir?
I'm not sure.
I hope you... I wasn't...
They took...
I see.
Well...
There is a name engraved under the blood on the back of the case. Jack Gillingham. Maybe I should return this watch to his family. This is Braille. I need someone who can read this.
Watch yourselves! Bloody leech! Fuck his fast! Christ, he's dead!
Good evening, sir.
Good evening.
I was just being polite.
Don't like question.
What can you...
A shit.
Are you...
No.
Is...
Well.
What's your...
I take care of them.
You see...
I lost a necklace up.
Sometime.
I just want...
Any chance...
A sad saint.
Actually...
Really?
Do you require medical assistance? I don't know which kind of...
And is it your...
Goodbye, Mr. Fishburne. Hello, boy. Did I scare you?
No.
Well,
My name is...
What can you...
It's all about...
Have you... Why...
They call me...
Are you alone? So...
No.
You should be careful.
No.
Why do you think...
I can't say, sir. I guess she's a good soul.
What do you do?
I listen.
What do...
Things...
Do you have...
Top.
Do you know a man who lives in this part?
Sorry, sir.
Well, I do...
Thanks for the...
Do you need help?
A real doctor?
A real...
I don't know what...
So long, Rufus.
It's locked, all right. It's locked.
Hey, stop biting me. I'm not a piece of cheese.
Don't you think Miss Fishburne is nice to us? But I always have the feeling she's hiding something. For now, you're still the only real friend I have, Jack.
It's locked, all right.
Mark my words, miss. These murders are
Good
the
evening,
work
sir.
of a...
Why, don't you recognize me?
A vampire?
We met a few nights ago.
Don't take it personally. I spent a lot of energy forgetting what I did the night before.
Yes, you had definitely drunk too much then as well. I'm Dr. Jonathan Reed.
I'm Jason
for if the sewer dog is back. And hunting
What
all
do you
these
do?
poor folk, he needs to catch him.
A sewer dog?
Why do you...
Maybe.
You sound...
That's big.
Don't you...
I'd love...
Story. A monster with
Is
daggers
there-
for teeth and icy claws.
Let
It
me-
comes of a sudden, nighttime.
Or
claiming innocence,
what kind...
then vanishes.
You lost. I'm...
It's okay.
Is there anything...
That's it. Let me...
Your sewer dog is my
Is
business.
that...
He's the
What?
kind of prey I hunt, milady.
Sure.
No. No.
I want to...
I'm still...
Do you... Do you... I'm looking for Mr. Sean Hampton. Do you know where I could find him?
I really don't know. I heard he'd been abducted, and I don't know if he's back.
Who could tell me then?
About the sad saint. I'll try asking Tom what's about him.
Inebriation?
Yes.
Take the...
Hey,
Goodbye. Good evening, Mr. Dillon.
What?
Goodbye.
Good evening, sir. Have you witnessed...
And what do you define as...
My name...
A vampire hunt?
Hi,
Mr...
A man...
What can...
Did you...
It's...
But it's my... I...
Can... Are you on...
If you...
How... It's... Have you ever...
Of course...
Have you...
Of course... I... That...
Goodbye. Good...
Doctor...
I'm looking for...
The sad...
Really?
It's...
Maybe it...
Tell you what...
I could...
All I...
Do you need my...
I...
Goodbye.
Been to India.
Good evening, Tom.
Good evening, sir.
You remember me then?
Of course I do.
Thank you for your...
I'm still...
What... Who?
Sean...
How... Your son... Since...
Perhaps...
How could a Doctors...
Off. Perhaps, Doctor...
How could a
I have a small warehouse just past the quarantine line.
Doctors aren't immune...
Oh, thank you.
Tom,
I heard the sad saint.
The Where is it? I believe he returned...
Oh, I bet you'll...
Please.
Well, I don't like to...
Do you need any...
I'm all right, Doctor.
Do you need any...
I'm all...
Goodbye.
Times like these, a good drink's just as
Are they
likely to
stupid or
cause a
something?
problem as to solve
I've
one.
never even been to India.
Not long ago, this sort of mess would have given me a laugh.
Evening, miss.
Well, I never. That's a first. Customers who make that much mess,
I'm much more myself.
Welcome back.
What can you... People... You look...
This is about...
If...
I got response.
But-
We get... Yeah.
You're...
Yeah. Something.
Believe...
If that...
I'm...
No.
Goodbye, Miss Kemp.
You still working at this hour?
Miss Cavendish, would you be willing to help?
You better ask Tom.
Why not answer?
We respect the privacy of...
Goodbye, miss.
He didn't deserve this.
Shut the turquoise for a time.
It's locked.
There's gotta be something can be done to get out of this bullshit.
Not a drop of blood left in his body. This is the work of a vampire.
Good evening.
Hello.
Can I see you?
As long as...
The Wet Boot Boys. Lost Boys will be more.
Good evening.
Well,
I'm Doctor.
And I...
What can you tell me about this part of town?
People used to feel safe around here. They had the gangs protecting them. Now all they do is bicker and plot against one another.
Missing the good old days, are you not?
Trust me, son. The longer you live, the less meaning your existence will have. You need to remember the days you still had beliefs.
And what about the gangs?
Back in my day, people trusted the Wet Boot Boys. We looked out for the docks and its families. Nowadays, they're just a bunch of greedy fuckers.
You were a gang member?
I was their leader for a time, believe it or not. Now these bastards act like I'm nothing. Not one of them. They owe me some damn respect.
If you were such a respected figure, surely you have many interesting stories about this part of town.
You bet I do, but make no mistake. I'm no rat, sir. Some secrets are best left buried.
Do you still know anyone? From the old days, I mean.
Most of them are dead. I still give Miss Gillingham salutations. She doesn't remember me. She did once like me. Boy, she was a beauty back then.
Any remarkable new faces around here?
Nobody. Well, there's that boy Rufus the Curse. I like him, despite the reputation he's made since his parents died. Poor little bastard.
Who would you trust around here?
The owner of the Turquoise Turtle's a decent fella. Tom's his name. Sean Hampton's all right too. Don't particularly share his religious views. He's quite devout, if you catch my meaning.
I'm sure a district as colorful as the docks must have plenty of stories about strange visitors and creepy characters.
So, you want me to talk about the sewer dog, don't you?
If you don't mind.
The sewer dog is a bitch. Appropriately named. An old woman dressed in rags. She has an elegance, though, despite her ugliness. I saw her once. Scared the life out of me.
Have you always been so bitter?
It's not bitterness, it's poorly masked disgust. When everything turns to shit, we all have to eat a spoon or two.
As a practitioner, I believe science will provide a new standard of welfare. It's just a matter of time.
I'd like to believe you, Doctor. But recently all science has been good for is mustard gas and machine guns.
But what about social progress? What about women getting the right to vote? Things can change for the better.
I've never voted, not once. And my wife, God rest her soul, she was too busy taking care of the kids to vote.
Tell me about the Wet Boot Boys, Archer. I want to know more.
We were there for the families and each other. It was us against the world. We were vicious, tough, even cruel. But we were united.
You sound like you were some kind of radical union member.
Yes, nowadays the communists and gangs squabble over pointless territory. Sounds stupid when you say it out loud.
Tell me everything you know about the Guard of Priwen.
Andrew never told me what they do. I do know they're vigilantes with military training. Access to some impressive firepower.
And what is your personal opinion about the Guard, then?
This Guard of Priwen is just another gang preying on the young and naive. Preying on people like my boy. I know how it works. I invented it.
Why did your son really join the Guard of Priwen?
If I believed in a higher power, I'd see this as punishment for my own sins. I deserve it for all the young men I enlisted back in the day.
You don't believe in God, though, do you, Mr. Woodbead? So why did he join?
Now I think about it, Andrew joined the Guard, not to defy me, but to follow in my footsteps, to make me proud.
So your son has left you nothing to explain his actions? No letter or message?
Not even a note. I'm a proud man, Dr. Reed. But I would kneel and pray if I thought it would give me my Andrew back.
I'm looking for a man named Sean Hampton. Can you help me?
The sad saint. Even when he was young, his faith and dedication were inspiring. A beacon even, if I may say so.
Interesting. But have you spoken to him recently?
I spoke with him about my missing son a few days ago. I've not seen him since he was attacked by some drunkard and left the vicinity.
Goodbye, sir.
You should have talked to me.
Best stay. See them fancy clothes? This one's a top! Over there! There's one of them vermin!
It's locked, all right. It's locked.
Seems like the guard at Freeman is on Sean Hampton's trail, too.
All of you bloody leeches need killing! Obey! I'll send you back in a fucking grave! Die, beast!
The wounds on this corpse are deep, the result of rabid rage. If this is Sean's doing, he's become a murderous beast.
Bloody leech! Over there! Ah!
This poor man has just been slaughtered by a vampire. The body's still warm.
sir! Come and have a gander. If not, I'll find you something. Are you certain you're not lost, sir? You seem quite the stranger to these parts.
Good evening. I'm Dr. Reed. Do you need any help?
Rest assured, I will help you, sir. Martin Nightingale, at your service. Please, take a look at my wares.
Your merchandise. I don't really see anything worth having. No offense.
None taken, sir. But please, I need to eat. Perhaps if you keep looking, you'd see something that takes your fancy.